Morning sunshine.
Morning. Who we got? Thrill House 22. How you doing, homie?
No estimate on that.
Morning, morning. See if we got any 9 o'clock news here. Just in time, huh? Nothing. Yes. Snake, let's go. 2 months. Got that silver badge. Damn. I'll try Snake. It looks like everybody was playing the GPUS earlier. What's the news on that? Recognize one time. Okay. Dude, I feel so bad for the Blues. 1 second. And then you lose it. That one's going to sting. That is going to sting. Thank you, Chickabao. Morning to you as well. You may see to an offering. That's a big offering. Huh. Freaking A. Morning to Pope. Freaking badger. I wish I could shoot it. Or groundhog, whatever the hell it is. Yeah. I slipped in, so I'm a little out of it right now. Gonna wake up. I gotta check out what everybody else is looking at. Doesn't seem like people traded much besides that GPUS. AIFF. Okay. SKX. Really? Wow. Huh? What you prefer update percent year to date? Huh? What it Phoenix, what you said? What are you asking? My preferred update? Backtest Monday. Oh, my performance update. You gotta type up the whole word when I'm only awake for 10 minutes, bro. I apologize. I don't know. Let me look. I'll look for you. Can't even see the screen right now. Performance update. Got it. We are at basically 50% on the year to date. In January, I made 1%. February, I made 26%. March, I lost 9%. April, up 30%. Unless it's some Blink 182. Thanks, Phoenix. Follow me every other month. Yeah, I know. So according to the trend, this month might suck dick. We'll see though. It started out sucking dick, but I made it back on Friday. We'll see.
Enjoying the streams in your community is awesome.
True. I mean, Drew Dog. Let's go, bud. 2 months. Silver badge. Another silver badge, perps. Let's keep it going. Love it. Glad you're enjoying the community. Battery swapping taxi. Huh? All right, let's see. NCNA, anything here? PLRZ. Yikes. IVF. It's got potential. IVDA. No. Z-Car. Ooh, Z-Car Daily Cock. Gimme, gimme. Gimme, gimme. That's my favorite so far. All right, potty break. All right, let's look here.
Mod time baby.
SXTC. Still price compression on the daily. Do I have anything on the swing? No. CEP for that daily cock, but it might need another day. CRVO pulling back today. And Max. Nothing. Zach, let's go, bud. 26 months. Cha. Maybe continuation. I don't know. This is interesting. Pretty clear 2-point wedge. Bull. Needs to pull back. It looks like him. New CEO. This could push it today. We'll see. Amazon. See if it bounces again today. A couple of wicks here. Reddit. Bull. For GT. Kids. Yep. Starting to move. UPXI. CNY. ST. Use. Only. Maybe SD. TRP. No. QDA. All right. Z-Car and Kids are the ones so far. Watch those two. And a break, be back for the open. I'm 5. Let's go, bud. 10 months. Got close to that year badge. $974. Kids all over the place. Curling. I can't believe it filmed me 52. That's some horse shit. What's the trading platform? This is eTrade Pro. So remember, this week is Fed decision week. So we usually get pretty slow movers later in the day. PONY, nice pop.
It's a big anniversary for me, chat. 52 months. Woo, let's go. Who's ready to ride this market to the downside? I feel like 52 months is a 52-week high. Where's SJ?
Let's go, bud. Salt Life 52. OG in the hizzle. They turning wrenches. No, I boiled some mud bugs. That's what I ended up doing. And mowing my grass. Weed whacking the hell out of it. That monitor looks sad. Jake, 34 months. Ooh, almost got 3 years, bud. The locksmith, say a word. Okay, so the locksmith said nothing. And then as he's walking back in with all his tools, I asked him, all set? And he goes, yep. But he wouldn't have told me he'd finished unless I asked him. He'd probably just stand at the counter and wait for me to come inside. And no joke, it took the man to walk 50 feet. Maybe a minute and a half. I mean, it was ridiculous. Pay for 50 feet of walking. Pony, 1 minute. 1 minute play there. Level is going to be 1122. Z car red to green. Whoa, what's some volume? Z car with some juice. Oh gosh, don't do me like that. What is the spread? 100,000 volume, and then we're just gonna fall apart. It was halting for a second. I should have known better. 908. That's a good sign though. Where's the pre-market level? At 16. Come on. Gotta play it safe. It's not going. What's the level? 974. It's the daily. I like the volume so far though. KIDZ maybe got something there. Kids cuck and go if it gets that 11 level. Or pony, sorry. Kids trying. 780 is a level. See if it can get going today. It's kind of in the pullback mode. We'll see. RGC. RGC daily for those that are bold, beautiful. Spent some time in Michigan upper and it was corrected. It's weed whipping. Weed whipping. Oh my gosh. I'll accept weed whacking or weed eating, but that's it. Weed whipping? No. Yep. Weed eating. Yep. Way to whack him. Yeah. And it's all because of the ergonomics of a weed whacker, especially for us tall folks. It's horrible. Like you're constantly having to lean over something heavy in your hands. 91. Bull popping. Okay, bulls on the list. Get that up there. Nice move. CRWV might be doing it. Yeah, this might be like a. We might have some here. Same with kids. $733 level. MACD is down. CRWV cuck and go over 52. Oh, you ripped me off, you bastard. PMI is out. Actual 50.6, expecting 51.2. Surface of PMI 50.8, expecting 51.4. See if this CRWV wants to go high a day here. Ideally, we got to pull back, but I don't know if we will. Pony has an 11 break area. GPU S trying to go. Around yeah. Oh, AMD, NVIDIA. They're both juicing today. Okay. Oh, I just missed it. Oh, and I got a horrible fill. Great. Great. Oh, it broke. Okay, it's 26. Just gonna get out. I didn't like my fill. Didn't take it. Bathroom break round 2. Peace. I'll put on a little Benzinga for y'all while I'm gone.
ZCAR Zoom car halted on a circuit breaker. Zulu Charlie Alpha Romeo. TSN Tyson on their earnings call said tariffs could cause temporary short-term sales disruptions, but company does not expect change in global meat consumption. That's TSN.
No, ticker RR. No, ticker RR. Rich Tech Robotics. They're seeing a spike in activity, new highs. Romeo.
Freaking Z car, are you serious?
ZCAR, Zoomcar shares resume trade. Moving higher, hitting around $11 at the highs. Right now up about 40%. That's Zulu Charlie Alpha Romeo, ZCAR.
Holy jeez. Where's it going? Jeez, 11. Cannot believe how quickly did it go after I went to the bathroom? Like immediately? Jeez. Or did it just go right before I sat down?
TWST, Twist Bioscience at the lows now following their earnings report. That's Tango Whiskey, Sandy Tango.
Cash. Here's 11.
The ISM non-manufacturing PMI, 50.2 is the consensus.
Thing's whippy.
51.6 on the ISM non-manufacturing PMI versus 50.2 consensus.
Should have gone.
107.57 on the CB Employment Trends Index versus 109.03 previous.
Oh my gosh, now it's gonna go. Where are we at on the day? 160.
ZCAR, Zoom car, making new highs now. Zulu Charlie Alpha Romeo, hitting right now at $11.17, up about 46%. ZCAR.
Market juiced off of those ISM numbers, huh?
S&P futures now popping here following the 10 a.m. data. Right now down about 29 off the lows.
Take a Weight Watchers WW. Share seeing continued heavier activity. New highs. Weight Watchers.
Atlanta Fed. I've written them off a long time ago. They got some wild numbers constantly. Pony, kind of a flat top around that 1125. Bondo, holy jeez. That's a big difference. Did it hurt you? Or did you do okay on it? Where are we going here? We gonna juice or no? All right, we juicing. We juicing. We get 50? Bollinger Bands. Stay outside. Don't come in. Don't come in. All right. A little trade there. Back on the board. Back on the board. Pony high day again. Market's pulling back here after that initial pop. Gave it all back. See what it does. Trying to get 11, but not going to happen, is it? Nope. Back down to 11, 1050. It's good volume, though. That's the thing. This is not the correct level. Okay. It's a 1 minute cuck. There's your 1050. There's the dumpy dumpy. Why am I holding this? 5 minute cuck now. Can you break 10? Okay, sure. I mean, just get it all.
A note on ticker MGA, Michael Golf Alpha, and Waymo. Waymo is out with a blog post saying to support a U.S. growth, we are investing in American manufacturing operation with our partners at Magna. MGA seeing a spike in activity.
MGA getting a Waymo investment? It looks like it was already out. This looks like we're hitting it old here. I'm going to get out of this. Okay. Shot cut no longer priced in. This would give Trump more ammo. Watch for a while. Headline: what is he going to tariff next? Yeah, that movies one was interesting. Damn, that was some terrible closes.
MDXG, the CEO buying 200,000 shares of MiMedx. Michael Delta X-Ray Golf popping on that. Shares hitting $6.72 at the high.
GVH,
right now, up about 5%.
huge pop.
MDXG.
Pony near high a day.
The Department of Homeland Security news. A reporter is tweeting the Trump administration is now covering some of the costs for illegal immigrants to deport when they use the CBP Home app.
IVF hiding.
Any long players out here? Look at TTWO. Down since delay of GTA, but damn, she gonna be pretty in May.
Didn't that get delayed till next year? I agree though, that one should juice whenever that release is right around the corner. Is this a cucumber here? No. See if Zcar retests this 975 level. It's VWAP, it's 90 MA, it's the breakout spot. It's like triple support. If it doesn't bounce here, this thing's dead. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. Get back some what I freaking lost on that candlestick. Hope trades are going well for you. What's up, DJ? April was good. No complaints with April.
UFP Technology shares down about $1 now, following a report from Wolfpack Research, from Foxtrot Papa Tango.
Everything is kind of going to ass real quick. IVF still moving. Oh. Why does this get so much volume today? Ackman says next steps on tariffs should be a 180-day pause. I bet he would like that. What was the news that's shooting IVF up today? Kind of random. Was there any? ATHR. Okay. P-car. Z-car 5-minute, 1044. Not probably going to be taking that as a scalp, but you are putting a little bit double bottom in here right off of that support level. Exactly where you'd want it to. So it's a good sign. Maybe you can get a scalp over the 1044 hitting the 1050. MACD is still down on the 1 minute. So I hate trading against that. But Z-car can move fast so that MACD can flip fast. So here's your 5-minute break. Seller stacked at 1050. IVF 1 minute. What is that? 93. Try him. Broke it. Hit 3. Came all the way back down, huh? Oh, jeez.
No ticker HEPA, Hotel Echo Papa Alpha. Sure seeing any spike in activity. New highs, HEPA.
MBOT daily. That's getting close. 252. That one's kind of a grinder. It really doesn't rip. Where are we at on the day? $54. Well, at least we're back to green. after being 500 down. Bit of a diagonal here. 2 point. It's a 2-pointer, not a 3-pointer.
USAR, USA Rare Earth getting a pop here. Uniform Sandy Alpha Romeo, USAR. Shares up about 8.5% now.
Ticker KVYO, Kilo Victor Yankee Oscar notes a new short report out from the Captain's Log KVYO.
KVYO short report from the Captain's Log. Oh, I don't know what that is. See if they can move shit. Okay. $42. Got an open mic on. That's it.
USAR continuing to pop here. USA Rare Earth hitting 1125 at the high.
Oh no. All right, well. MACD's curling. See if it can hold. Running into the upper Bollinger Band here. Might get a pullback. See. Through 11. Come on. Taking some off. Feel like, yep, there's our back. Watching that 11. $87 break. 87 break would be the 32nd cock. No. It's a 30-second cuck. Now it's 85 break. 1 minute cuck. There it is. Go. 25. Sell on a little bit, lock it in. It hit 27. Hidden seller here for some freaking reason. Oh, stop it. It's gross. That's freaking gross. Ugh. That's gross. Would have been a banger of a trade, but then again, it wasn't because of that last lot. Oh, it was freaking... I was feeling the juice on that one. Look at this candle. This is disgusting. Halo, it's net kids taking a dump. Damn. GPUS high day? That is sick. I mean, do we just blindly buy the 90 MA though? That's the question. Jeez, that's rough. So close. Freaking A. Look at that. Look at that. Look at these spreads. $44. A low. Oh, 44 was high day. Shit. So it broke high day and didn't run. I'm going to take it off. Didn't do what I thought it would do. India, 0 for 0. Ooh. Art apart steal from US. Nice. And we're back to freaking sauce packets on the day. Come on, I just want to get nice and green. Nice and green. Spent a lot of money on crawfish this weekend. I don't. Also, we're getting huge bids for second day. Someone is unloading. Huge bids? How does that mean someone's unloading? You're confusing me, Cheese. Yeah, it was the. Oh, bid hits. Sorry. Caffeine hasn't hit yet. You better freaking do it. That's a cuck and go. You better freaking do it. The high there is 60. It's not taking off. It's really struggling. All right, all out. Now it'll go. Now it'll go. Oh. $12. Of course. Swing count still got it though, bitches. What's the halt spot on this? I certainly want to be in it if it halts. 1258. It's about. Moved 50 cents as soon as I got out. It's disgusting. Looks why. Ending of an era, boys. The GOAT stepping down. It's pretty crazy. He's 94. I know. Like, that's the last thing I want to do at 94. Jeez. PE target chatter on Yeti. Nice little snag there. All right. Can I get over 500? I got crawfish bills to pay. This is the first time I got purged crawfish. They are always sold out whenever I try to get them. And they're worth it. It was only like $20 more for, total out of 40 pounds. And there was like, none of them had anything in the poop chute. It was amazing. That's the crappy part. Less flavor. Oh, jeez. It was. I do crawfish right. I got 5 pounds of mandarin oranges and put them in there. Oh, that little sweetness to go with the spice. What popped this Z-Car a couple days ago? Z-Car. Zoom car debuts vouchers in India. No, that's not it. I don't know what popped it up. I gotta look it up. See if this story's worth really trading here. Finbiz. Z-Car. Pioneer Uri Levine returns to Zoom Car's chairman to accelerate growth in India. No, that's not the headline. They don't show a headline. Morale. I've never had one. And you just freaking found that out in the... Jeez. Soils is literally picking gold. How much is that worth, Soils? Oh, and after I did crawfish, I boiled peanuts in the crawfish water. Those are delicious. I gotta go get those later. I forgot about that. Hopefully the damn bears didn't get into it. Already got 2 sets of bears walking on my property. One mama and triplets, and then another mama with twins. It is freaking bear heaven up here right now. You ever dip your trunk in the leftover crawfish juice? My trunk? What? Boiled penis. The person that says that has never had boiled peanuts. I was from South LA. Do you need me to send you seasoning for your crawfish? You know, the only kind of seasoning that I've ever used is Louisiana Crawfish Company. So if you're going to send me seasoning, I'm all for trying something else. I don't like the super spicy stuff. And you probably need to send me enough for 40 pounds of crawfish. Boiled peanuts are ass. Your ass. They're delicious. As long as the corn and potatoes came out pink and orange. Good. Trick is to kick across and let them sink to the... Listen, bud. Luke, you're talking to me like I don't know what I'm telling. Let me tell you my setup, Luke. I'm not no freaking beginner here. Boil, you throw... All right, you get your water going. You're done your potato, all the veggies. We're done with that, all right? Crawfish time, fast forward. Throw them in. Bring it back to a boil. Cook them for 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, after it comes to a boil, 2 minutes starts, 2 minutes stops. You get your boil boss off on there. What's the boil boss, you may ask? Well, I'm going to show you. because you got to get that water temp down. Otherwise, you're just cooking them into oblivion. All right. Let me show you something. You need to get on my level, Luke. All right. You just need to get on my freaking level. Ow. This is the boil boss. This is next level. All right. So after you done cook, you got them in there for 2 minutes. Blah blah blah. Okay, fast. Okay, they cooked. You get your boil boss, and you throw it on your pot. Because you got to get that water temp down. You got to get it down quick, otherwise you're just cooking them into oblivion. Boom. Water. You stir your pot. Your water temp is down to 150, 160 degrees in like 2-3 minutes. Boom. 2 minutes from 200 degrees. Or no, from whatever he started at. Okay, so what he's doing here is showing the temperature change between no boil boss and just stirring, or boil boss and stirring. So you stir it so the water continues to hit the outside of the pan where the water is, right? You want to get it down to 150, 160 degrees because that's the temperature that meat stops cooking. All right, now your crawfish are sunk in there, and now you just let them sit. That's it. Look at that. Crawfish are still floating because the water's temperature's hot. Crawfish are not floating because the temperature's much cooler. This is the soaking temperature. They're no longer cooking, they're soaking. They're soaking the juices. Boom. Boil boss. Next level crawfish apparatus. Right there. You wash your crawfish? I'm glad you bring that up. I've got apparatus for that. Ooh, this is a new one. This is the crawfish water. You could literally make this if you really wanted to, but they're not expensive. So this is a terrible video. It's not showing what's going on. So this is a vertical jet, or a vertical whatever. It goes all the way down, and there's jets that shoot out, and it spins it. Jets shoot in one direction. It spins the crawfish and washes it. Water comes over the top, which would be your mud and stuff, and there's a valve that just lets out extra water. This is how I wash my crawfish, and then they're clean. It's a terrible video, but let's see if I find a better one. Dude, this is a new
As you
one.
can see, the water's getting clearer and clearer.
Oh no, they just put their freaking... Oh, that's stupid. Don't do that. What do they call it? I think they call it the cowboy crawfish washer. You could literally put your crawfish in a cooler and put a hose in the bottom of it if you really wanted to. It's the same freaking thing. What's up? See how it kind of spins it because of that. He put a window in his. Shitty videos. But yeah. Washes them clean. No mud on them. When you get them purged, you really don't need to wash. They're not that dirty, but they are a little bit dirty. So yeah. I set up a little crawfish Bentley style. Yeah, this is creme de la creme. Out of the book. Yes, you can actually. It's purging them. Z car high day.
2 years am I invited to the crawfish boil?
Swizzer, let's go, bud. 2 years. Big day for you. We're seeing a device that would get you laid less than comic books, but you found it. Oh, jeez. It's a 5-minute cock kind of failing so far. We'll see if it gets a second go. How many people? So you kind of average, the average person will eat 5 pounds per person. Do I ever throw shrimp? I used to, but I've run out of, I need to get a bigger pot because my pot can only really take 40 pounds and that's maxing it out. So I don't really have room for shrimp. But I used to do shrimp. 11:50, September 6:15 calls. How about them Stars? I had them beating the Avs, man. What a game. You couldn't have written a better script. Miko getting a hat trick against his old team in game 7. Bullshit Phil there. 50. Gosh. There's definitely a rising support through here. So pop or drop coming on this guy. Hello. It's not a clean break today. Selling some from the swing account. Basically, $900 on that trade already. Jeez. So I'll take half off. This could pull back pretty hard. I'll see. CUPR, IVF something headline. Is halted. CPR certification license for IVF media production facility built in collaboration with Birdie-Craft PT. Well, I don't know why the IVF story is running right now, but CUPR is an IVF headline, so maybe it juices whenever this unhalts, so I have to watch that one. Are you finally going to root for the Canes? I want to root for the Canes. Freaking the Canes. They're garbage with a freaking easy ass. You know who I'm a fan of right now? Biggest fan ever? I'm the biggest fan. I need to go buy a jersey. Toronto. I'm rooting for freaking Toronto right now. That's what my life has come to. I want Toronto to beat Florida into a bloody pulp. Piece of shit. But like I said, Stars was my other team. Gotta root for the Stars. Can't root for them. Suck a dick, time taker. You can't all of a sudden be a Florida fan. You're a Detroit fan. You don't get to root like it's your. You can root for a team, but you can't root for it like it's your team. Okay? You're a Detroit fan. All year long, Detroit this, Detroit that. Oh, Detroit beat the Lightning. Oh, Detroit making the playoffs. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself and telling you, actually not thinking, verbally saying, not happening. Detroit's not making the playoffs. And guess what? Detroit's not making the playoffs. I'm a Rat fan. Geez, you wouldn't know what hockey was if it smacked you in the nusticles, okay? I root for the Stars because Jerry killed my Cowboys and Nico is a douchebag who should be fired for trading Luke. Yeah, I don't even follow basketball, but that one was a what? And that's what Red Wing fans always do is go back to, oh, well, we've got this many cups. Oh, congratulations, your original 6 team. Congratulations. That's when you know you're really, really crying yourself to sleep at night. When you know you can't get to that part of the argument fast enough. Well, we got 8 cups. How many you got? Hockey has been slowly dying in viewership. Are you on crack cocaine? It is one of the best growing. Get out of here. Red Wings may never make the playoffs. There you go, Shred. Top W hitting the scanners. Oh, is today a top G? Oh, hello, top G. We got that 3. Is this halting up? GP with a spike. NBA is. Damn it, the Pope. NBA is 4 to 5 times NHL rating. So it's growing. Listen, I could care less. If people want to be stupid and watch a stupid sport, there's no defense. And I was a huge basketball fan back in the Jordan era. Huge. I can't stand it now. It's hot dog water. 329, huh? Stevie Y. Stevie Y built Tampa from drafting. So everybody's expecting Stevie Y to come up there and start making trades. He didn't really do trades that made Lightning good. He made some trade deadline trades that put us over the top for a cup that he wasn't here for. But it was his drafting. I mean, we got Kucherov in the second round. Point was a second round pick, I believe. He just hasn't been able to draft that well over in Detroit. I'm going to try a little piece on this one. Get it started. $329. We've hit $325. We need to get over this level here. Is it gonna go, or are we just gonna like tease everybody? Five. Let's see if we get back up there. Z car, what are you doing? 5-minute cock potential. I'm not going to scalp that, but I will watch it if it breaks and gets going. Just put an alert on it right now. We still have not correct 5. Oh, that's the Roth. Okay, there we go. All right, top.
Now, ticker TECH Tech Tango Echo Charlie Hotel. Note social media circulations. April McLean has filed a new trade. Representative April McLean TECH.
April McLean, TEC. Oh, this is a representative member of Congress buying the stock. I don't know why. Is she a good trader? All right, I'm out. Not what I was looking for. Pelosi's the goat. Yeah. We'll have to see when this resumes. Representative April McLean Delaney. Who's that? A representative from Maryland.
Ticker TECH. You're seeing an increase of activity, new highs on the social media circulations of a representative new long.
Trump and Turkey are on the phone. My guess is about Turkey jamming. Do you see the report of Russia using drones with fishing line fiber for controls? Unjammable and deadly. 10 miles of line. GPUS. Bit of a grinder, but still doing well. VIX is just falling off. Lady Trader, let's go. Wait. Resubbed for 6 months. They've been subscribed for 5 months. Did you just sub for another 6 months? Is that what that means? The wording is kind of jank. Oh, currently on a 5-month streak. Okay. Lady, I thought you were over in Asia. Aren't you on vacation? Scuba. It's 10 p.m. here. Jeez. Where are you at right now? Are you really scuba diving? I've always wanted to get my scuba license. Or get those hookahs and like go lobstering. I just never have gotten around to it. Like I love putting on a mask and going underwater. We dove yesterday. I went to an elephant sanctuary today. Mask water. How are you going to turn that sexual assault? I know you were trying. I know you're like thinking of a way. There's nothing there. In Thailand? Oh my gosh. Pattaya, Thailand? Not even going to pretend I know where this is. Have SJ send those elephants some of his boiled peanut. Okay. I'm fine with mask and swimming at the surface, but going with oxy tank scuba, hell no. What? Why does that make you like hesitant to put on a tank and go scuba diving? GPUS going vertical here. Oh, the lady. Okay. Remember, we've got Fed rate decision on Wednesday. Markets tend to be bullshit going into those meetings. We still do, which is a little shocking though. It's 11 o'clock. We still have things that look decent. GPUS. Kind of waiting on the CUPR to. Is this open? Huh. Okay. Maybe. What was the other one? Z-Car. Looking decent. See if it holds up this VWAP move. This is big level here. 11. All right, I'm selling the rest from the swing account. This is breaking some key levels here. This is a good trade. $500 winner. The old swing account. GPUS. Friday. Japan deal? So with this, give me something. Percent U.S. markets are anti-fragile over a long-term horizon. It's never a bad time to invest in America. See that Japan headline here. I don't even know what to play if we didn't make a Japan deal. U.S. rejects Japan full exemption from reciprocal tariffs. Damn, man. They literally didn't they just say they're investing $500 billion? Like one of the first major players to say they're going to do $500 billion. Then Trump presses them for another $500 billion or something like that. And now we say you still getting your tariffs. I mean, that's get wrecked. We need Japan. Yep, we do. They're the biggest buyer of our debt. Guess this isn't halted. All right. U.S. would consider lowering 14% Japan-specific tariffs. Got a bit of a channel here. Little 2-pointer. Let's see. killer. We have a Z-Car 1218 level that could do something. MACD crossing up on Z-Car, breaking a bit of a diagonal. See if I can go break this 1218 maybe. Need a setup though. Hey, Salt Life, you have a kid yet? It's been a couple weeks. That baby mama needs to shoot that thing out. We're getting antsy over here. Big buyer. Four. Buyer's still walking up. 99. Why is this such a struggle? And then it goes, of course. He said June? Jeez. Thought he said 2 weeks. Salt Life needs to get his baby mama on that spinning table that freaking centrifugal forces the baby out. That'd be good. You guys see that shit? There's the break. Damn it. Someone find me the video link. It freaking showed. Oh, jeez. Wrong button. I find this shit. Oh, freaking A, here it is. Oh, jeez.
Imagine giving birth at fighter jet speeds. It sounds bizarre, right? In 1963, George and Charlotte Blonsky patented a childbirth table that used centrifugal force to assist labor. Here's how it worked. A pregnant woman would be securely strapped onto the table, lying on her back. As labor progressed, the table would spin faster
I didn't know there were gears on
reaching
it.
up to 8 Gs using centrifugal
8
force to
Gs.
assist the uterus in pushing the baby out. At the base, a soft, cushioned net was ready to catch the newborn gently, and to top it all off, a bell would ring to celebrate the baby's grand arrival. The idea came from watching elephants give birth, where circular movements inspired the Blonskys to think spinning could work for humans too. Surprisingly, the US government granted them a patent in 1965. But this invention never made it to delivery rooms. What do you think, genius or madness? Share your thoughts below.
Oh, man. The accent makes the video better. Yes. When he says at fighter jet speeds. I didn't realize the table was meant to go at 8 Gs. So not only is mom freaking shooting missiles out of her vajayjay, she's also passing out in the process. Golly. Baby, when it hits the bell. Oh, my cheeks are hurting. Oh, the KEW hit high day. Nick with the awesome call there. Oh, I'm tired. Holy cow. Hmm. GPUs still ripping. Jeez. That thing has got some range. And it's a pretty good trader. It's not like dumping on you. Squeeze flow, huh? Makes a world of difference in what the chart looked like. Z-Car still waiting for another setup on that one. It's so rangy right now. $750 GPUS. $770. Holy cow. So this is, yeah, beast mode for sure. Watching this guy maybe to break this 668. That is just going crazy. This is the extension. See how it goes 8 and then 9. So now it's counting. It's like 9.1, 9.2, telling you that the move is extended and a pullback could happen. See if it plays out. $8. And there's your pullback. See if it gets it here. This 5-minute on Zcar is really tight range right here. I might want to watch this if it closes as is for like 9. Chill, daddy. I was just saying nice things about you. Take it all back. Not as nice looking as before. Gotta break that 678. Tariff color on Netflix. I didn't even think about that. Oh, who's the asshole? Jeez! Oh. Q. And now you're gonna go red because Percent said we needed to win. Okay. It's going the wrong way here, bud. And we're red on the day. Look at that KWE. Freaking dicked me hard. Holy jeez. Z-car, trying again here. Connect these up on the 1. Not thrilled about that entry. 40-cent spread, it gets filled on the ask. Here we are. Books on 10-year. It's a lot of components. Come on. Sellers up here. Gotta break through these 1220. Oh, oh. $40. You asshole! Look at this horse shit. Oh my gosh. That would have been a juicer had I not absolutely gotten dicked on my fills. Just getting a little worried because you see the Stokes there is kind of extended. You tend to do, I mean, it does tend to pull back when you get up here, but it didn't get fully extended. Regardless, let's see what a 1 minute cuck does. Hopefully we get it. 93 break. There it is. Hopefully this does nothing, and then we'll have a higher low to play off of. GPUS 5 minutes setting up. Hello. What are we doing? 50. Set 60. 70. It did it again to me! This is a fifth time, sixth time. There's the break. Finally, jeez. There we go. Get over 13 and juice. It's trying to hold 13. That's a good sign. We could really juice here if that holds. And nope. I said too many nice things about it. All right, are we back to green? Okay, we're back to green. freaking. Any videos? There's probably a compound that we can watch. I'll put it up. Is it a rebuy around this 1270? Let's see. All right, here we go.
I mean, honestly, he's there. I don't even think there's a. It's not even debatable, right? He's genuinely the funniest president we've ever had.
Oh, definitely.
James Polk was had like a good sense of humor, but
you know, George W. Bush was funny.
He was funny. Yeah, no, he's hilarious.
Did you see him? He was. They had the cabinet meeting, and he goes, "You know, they're the chief ripper offer." He's calling China the chief.
They asked him at the 100 Days event. They asked him what's the biggest mistake he's made so far. He said, "You know, that's really the toughest question because I don't think I've made any." It's so yeah, 100%. That's what he said. To me, it's incredible.
I mean, he's been on. Remember when he rang the bell at the stock exchange, and he's interviewing Kramer, and Kramer's asking him about But he's like, well, you know, I don't want to be in your position. Basically, like,
let us see.
People will hold it against me if I give him some bad advice. You know all about that, don't you? It's just
Wait, he's shitting on Kramer. I gotta hear this.
But he's like, well, you know, I don't want to be in your position. Basically,
Frazier
like,
speaking
you know,
at
people
the
hold it against me.
American Institute Global Conference.
The bell at the stock exchange, and he's interviewing Kramer, and Kramer's asking him about But he's like, well, you know, I don't want to be in your position. Basically, like, if you know, people will hold it against me if I give him some bad advice. You know all about that, don't you?
No.
It's just savage.
Credit to Jared Dillon. He said something like, he's literally ringing a bell at the top. It was pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, he also called the bottom when he did this whole Biden stock market thing.
I would basically say that when any president, when you get into like Q2 after
What
the
are the name of that
inauguration.
you use for
it's kinda
trading?
yours.
This is E-Trade Pro.
I do agree with Trump. You can't necessarily hold him responsible for like what goes on in February, March. But then if you make this huge tariff announcement, then it's kind of yours.
Fraser
that's what the
says,
market-
most
yours.
Well,
companies
because
are
that's what the
making
market's
little
reacting
Landers
to now.
wait-
The market's
wait
not
and see
reacting to
going on.
GDP from.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about that.
I mean, I thought the market was, I didn't think it was a good GDP number.
The
But
problem is whose stock market was it from November 2nd until now?
Well, he took credit for the gains after the election,
Right. Nobody and
Right.
everyone
As he
gave him
should-
credit.
as
Yeah.
he should have.
it was
Nobody said in November this rally is because everyone's so excited
He's
about
He's the
Citi
only
Biden.
CEO
one that can
Fraser
get
says
away
most
with it's
of
my
our-
stock
most of
market
the
when it goes
clients
up
can
and it's his when it
absorb
goes down.
10%
I mean, he might be
tariffs.
doing that until through the end of the year.
Yeah, no,
All we
dude, the
know.
last 30 years of Biden's
100% will be
administration
doing
was
that.
super good for the stock market. Like Biden was destroying it. Thank you, John. Thank you.
I think the stock market was
S&P futures getting a
insanely
little
excited
pop
that
here.
Biden was leaving and that it wasn't Kamala and that it was Trump. So I
Totally.
think
Yeah, we all
he
thought that.
does get that rally, even though it's during
Yeah.
Biden's
I
time.
mean, people bet on tax cuts, deregulation, and tariffs, but they bet on it in that order.
Yeah.
So
You are looking very fly. Where were you before this? Were you on TV?
Fox Business with
Okay.
Charles
Ooh.
Payne.
Okay.
Is that over at Avenue of the Americas?
Yeah, it's just
Okay.
up the street. Yeah,
Yeah.
6th Avenue.
Callie does that show.
I was supposed to have.
I've only met him once. He seems like a nice guy. Charles Payne.
Yeah, he's a really nice guy. He's,
Yeah.
I like. I don't get on CNBC.
Not like we have five
Citi
people that
CEO says
are in
clients
your
are
lane and
prepping
not
for
you. We don't.
headwinds.
Yeah, I
we
think
have we're like hardcore stocks.
Scott's more of a, I think, Jeff DeGraff fanboy.
You know what else we don't do? We don't do CEO interviews.
On halftime.
No,
Yeah.
almost never. We used to, but
But you do more than just halftime, don't you?
no.
Oh, really?
No,
It's just
I do.
halftime.
People think it's more than it is. I do 2 episodes of Halftime Report a week. That's it.
That's
Oh, really?
it. That's all he's on for.
It's you and Stephanie that have like the.
Yeah. Well, Stephanie will pop up on Squawk Box a
Yeah.
lot. I've never been on Squawk.
She doesn't like me much these days because I'm more bearish.
Oh, stop.
Wait, what was your final
She
trade?
couldn't-
What was,
Steph- I'll tell you right now about Stephanie. She doesn't listen to anyone. She doesn't give a shit. She works her ass off. She has her opinions, and she's not worried about other people. Yeah, we don't do CEO interviews. I think it's not because they're not informative. It's that they basically read from a press release. Most CEOs, they're very careful.
True.
They're rarely going to break news. Like anything that they say, you kind of already know. And there's a really great perch for that on Squawk Box. That's the show where they do the
Where
best.
they do
CEO
that. Yeah.
Yeah, like during earnings season, they always have like the top CEOs. So it's like, why repeat that again at 12 o'clock?
Right.
You know what I mean? So we stay in our lane, but people think that I'm on a lot more than I am. I'm just doing
Did Barry give him that Rolex?
no,
not a Rolex.
no, that's not Breitling.
There's a Breitling Super Ocean Heritage, not a Rolex. It's nice, right?
Yes.
I've always liked Breitlings because they're
It's
big.
like the Hulk.
Because they're big, and I need like
Yeah.
a substantial thing.
Neil, I have to say, your Instagram account, very wholesome.
But
I love it.
Just-
It's you and your family. I love
That's
it.
it. Yep.
It's it's the kids, it's videos with the wife. You guys are hilarious.
Yeah.
there's no
Thank
no macroeconomic commentary.
No, none at all. No, it's just a repository for the kids and memories, basically.
How old are your kids?
My oldest is going to be 9 this month, and I have twins that'll be 7 in October.
Okay, what sports do they play?
My oldest plays soccer.
Okay.
My younger boy, so we have boy-girl twins. He is not involved in any sports right now, but he does taekwondo, and he does.
Oh wow!
And he's so in summer camp we got him in wrestling. I mean, he's a firecracker.
He's got some aggression.
Yeah, and
Okay.
and I think it's good for him. And my daughter is a girly girl. I mean,
Okay.
she's ballet, and if
Okay.
there was a summer camp class for like painting your nails, I mean, she would do that too.
That
You'll
sounds like
appreciate
that
this.
sounds like my kid. My daughter.
As parents of young children, I had to reset. I think Kobe got like a Minecraft something or whatever he wanted. It had to go to his email account. I opened up an email account from when he was born, and I hadn't been in there since I opened it up.
Okay.
And I saw all of the things that I used to send him. And for whatever reason, I stopped emailing him in like 2019. So I would email him like videos like this happened on this day.
Yes.
And it was like, holy shit.
My wife does that.
But I haven't
Yeah.
done it in like 4 or 5 years. So I'm going to start
Wait,
doing
what
it
were
again.
you? What was he? 2 years old in 2019?
Yeah. So just
what were you emailing him?
so that in 15 years he can.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Did he ever look back at it?
He's 8.
Right, but did he ever? Has he opened the email?
He
other
doesn't
than
know what email is.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he
Got
will
it.
one day.
I got it.
Didn't you go somewhere recently for spring break?
No, we stayed home. I have a puppy,
Oh,
so we're grounded.
yeah. I'm very much anti pet.
It's a lot. I forgot how
I
much
mean,
work
it's
a
like-
puppy was.
yeah,
but we
yeah.
love dogs.
There will never be a pet in my house.
No,
Never.
I mean, if it's holding you down, I mean, you know,
It's never gonna happen.
so you have to find someone.
Josh's not a dog guy.
No, I like dogs.
No, you
My-
don't like dogs.
I do.
You don't
I
like
grew up with a
dogs.
dog.
You don't like dogs.
Don't put that
I've
out
seen
there.
you around dogs.
Don't fucking put that out
dude,
there.
Sorry.
I love dogs, but
You
my
hate
wife
dogs.
doesn't want another thing to clean up after.
Treasury Secretary
Right.
Benson
This is
said there'll
Joshua.
be
No, I
stimulus
love
from
dogs. Don't
permanent
Stop.
settlements
I
and
stop. I
tax
think I
cuts
like the idea of
Well,
dogs.
I mean,
100% expensive.
I'm more of a
factories,
cat
tax
person
certainty,
myself.
That explains a
lower
lot.
energy
Yeah.
costs, will accelerate.
Yeah,
US
my wife and I,
economic growth. That from
years ago when we were
CNBC
first
interview.
dating, married, we had a Sphinx cat.
Oh
Mm.
wow, very sophisticated.
Do those even like you though?
They love you.
They do.
Yeah,
Really?
they're like very dog-like in
Okay.
that sense, but less maintenance, obviously.
Gotcha.
All right, let's get this shit started. In the words of the great Ronnie Mund, let's go.
Headphones.
All right.
3 claps. Compound and Friends, episode 190.
Today's show is brought to you by X Trackers by DWS. Imagine harnessing the power of global and expense.
My name is Downtown Josh Brown. For first-time listeners, this is the show where we talk about what happened this week, what should happen next week. We look at markets, we look at the economy, stocks, bonds, interest rates, the Federal Reserve, and all sorts of other stuff. I'm so excited to let you know that Michael Batnick and I are joined by friend of the show, been on the show a couple times. I think one of the most popular guests. Neil Dutta is the partner and head economist at Renaissance Macro Research with an emphasis on analyzing the U.S. economy, the Federal Reserve, global trends, and cross-market investment themes. Prior to RenMac, Neil spent 7 years at Bank
Benson
of
said
America
the way to
Merrill
cut
Lynch.
deficits
There he
smartly
was
is to
a
bring it down by
senior
100 basis
economist
points
covering
to
both
GDP
the United
each year.
States and Canada. Neil Dutta, welcome back to the show.
Thank you, guys. Always a pleasure.
All right, we're so excited to have you back. This is a perfect time. Not that every time isn't a perfect time, but this is truly a perfect time to have you here. I heard you tell Paul Krugman. I heard you tell Paul Krugman that you are
Benson
a
said, "We
business
think we can get
economist,
growth back to
and
3%
it was
by this
really
time
important
next
to
year."
you. The way I remember it, it was really important to you to make that distinction. I think Paul Krugman would not call himself a business economist. So, what do you mean by that?
Well, I'm not a formally trained economist. I got a bachelor's degree in economics. I did master's coursework in economics, but I don't consider myself an academic economist. I mean, these guys.
That's the distinction: academic versus business.
Well,
Benson
yeah. Well,
said
I
we are
think
putting
that they
banking
spend
deregulation focus
years
on
in
community
school,
banks and smaller regional
focusing
banks.
on one area of the subject, right? I mean, financial economics, in Paul Krugman's case,
Benson
trade
said,
economics,
I think
right?
we're very
So,
close to some trade deals.
and as a business economist, you very much lean on a lot of the work they've done. But
Yeah.
I almost think of it like these guys spend their entire lives
PhDs
to
Macro
basically
notes,
take the
Benson with
football
comments
to
is I
the
think we're
to
both
like
very close
the
to some
10-yard
trade
line,
deals.
and then as a business economist, you sort of take their work, tell investors why you think it may or may not be relevant for what's going on right now, and then you are the one that gets to run it in for a touchdown. So for me,
Macro
like
notes,
that's
Benson with comments
sort of how
is,
I
quote,
view it.
I
But
think we are very close to some trade deals.
yeah, I mean, a business economist in my mind is someone that tries to use the economic data that's released. And as everyone knows, there's a bevy of economic information that comes out every day, and then try to formulate some kind of economic call that is useful for a market participant.
Yeah, I took it that way. I think he
Yeah.
did too. I thought that was interesting though, because it's one thing to publish papers, and that's important because you have a theory, you test the theory. Why does this do this? Why does this do that? But then you need somebody that comes along and says, okay, given A, B, and C, here's what we do with that information. And so I think that's how you see yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I and it's also like a
Besson
respect.
said, "I'm
Like
highly confident
like
that
to me, it's
17
like
trading
an
partners,
academic
excluding China, have
economist.
presented with very good trade proposals.
They are probably much better at math than I am, right? I mean, they're probably much better at like MATLAB and eViews than I am. I mean, they're doing, very hardcore work, and they're spending their entire time doing that. Frankly, like a lot of people on the street, business economists like me, we are doing a lot of other things. And so I think to me, it's like a respect level. I mean, they're breaking ground, and
Right.
and coming up with like totally new applications for the science, right? So I think to me,
Besson
that's
said
why
we
I
could
try
see
to
more
make the
frictionless-
distinction that
frictionless trade
it's not.
from
We
these
say head of economics at
negotiations.
RenMac, chief economist. I mean, those are titles that people throw around.
Right.
That's really a legacy issue.
A lot of the academic economists don't necessarily care, at least day to day, about the stock market, how it impacts the economy, the circular reference and nature of those two interchanging. So
Besson
let's talk
said
about the
we
stock
could
Well, I
see
wanted to
subs-
ask you, how did it feel
substantial
being
Oh, thank
interviewed
you.
by a
trade
Nobel
with China in the
laureate?
coming weeks.
That's kind of what I wanted to get from that. That's pretty cool.
It was very. I mean, I was very nervous. I mean, but it was. Look. I mean, when someone like that even. I mean, he said he read some things I've written. I mean, that is huge for
That's
someone
dope.
like me. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's really cool.
Okay, I also am a Nobel laureate. So
In what?
Not in economics. We'll talk later.
I live on the block that Paul Krugman grew up on. Did you know that?
Yeah, that's actually a true
That's a
story.
true story. I told him that.
We met Paul at Barry's birthday party, and he grew up in our town.
Oh wow.
And the house that
I mean, he
grew
was
up
the
in-
nicest guy when I mean, it's
Super
it's,
nice guy.
it's sort of interesting because his like I've read his columns for years when he was at the Times, and it's so cutting the way he writes, like it's visceral. Like
He's a firebrand
100%,
as
but-
a columnist, but not in real life.
No,
Yeah.
he's the nicest guy in real life.
So
Sorry, I
this-
stepped on your segue. So sorry. So sorry.
so it's a bull market.
Okay.
Listen,
I mean,
the stock market is. I'm not. This is not a forecast. The stock market is behaving like we're in a bull market. We're up for 8 consecutive days. Pretty rare. Luke Kawa tweeted yesterday, in the midst of this, on the 6th up day in a row, we had the biggest intraday loss that was erased for the S&P 500 since the bottom in October
I
2022.
spoke to Luke about that actually.
So the stock market is looking past a lot of negative news that is surely to come. So please, Neil, explain to
Besson
us
said
what
fentanyl precursor
the F
chemical
is going on in the stock market.
trafficking
Well,
needs
I
to
don't
stop.
trust little tidbits from Canadians, and so
Shout out to Luke Kawa. We're not gonna bury anybody today. Go on.
No. Yeah. Look, I mean, I mean, it's Weisenthal makes this point about how I guess it was all priced in, right? And we're basically back to the obliteration day.
We took it all back.
Equity market. I mean, look, to me, as I said before, I mean, it's about using an economic call and trying to tie that into some kind of a market call.
So is the economy better today than it was a month ago? Are the prospects for the forward economy better today than they were a month ago?
No, because I mean, I don't believe so, because I think fundamentally this is an economy that's slowing. And remember, the stock market's been doing great for a long time.
That's
It
a
hasn't
Google
stopped.
Business Insider is reporting Google
econ-
has launched film and TV production initiative coming from Business Insider.
Economy from still slowing down.
Business Insider reporting
and
Google has
so-
launched film and TV production initiative.
I think there's a distinction here between financial market conditions and real economy sort of financial conditions, right? Like, so when you see things like, lower tier credits, delinquencies going up, car repossessions going up, things of that nature. And obviously, even in the GDP data that was released earlier this week, there was a massive boom in information processing equipment and software. Now, that could be AI related, that could be companies pulling forward some activity because of tariffs, but it's undeniable that technology is a huge driver for growth right now, and not surprisingly, also a big driver for what's going on the equity markets.
You floated 3 possible explanations for the rally in the stock market over the last week. This morning, I'll read them to you, and then I want to hear which of these you believe in the most if you had to pick. 1, perhaps the bond market understands that the real economy is not in the same place as the technology sector. financial market conditions being loose hasn't helped keep the economy from slowing over the last year to begin with. 2, perhaps the equity market sees President Trump caving on the trade war, this is mine, or backing off to some degree, but it seems harder for him to capitulate if stocks are up at these levels in the first place. Meaning, markets rallying for 8 days, they must love my trade policies. Okay, got it. 3, credit spreads have not really moved on the run-up in stocks over the last week. Finally, I feel like the economy is, this is the 4th. Finally, I feel like the economy is innocent until proven guilty. There was a big clearing event earlier this month, and bets on recession in years prior have never materialized. So I think it's a little bit of that. Like, I'm not going to get fooled again by the new recession because none of the other ones ever happened. But then I also think, and Michael and I argued a little bit about this on Tuesday, stock market thinks the trade war is basically over. That's what I'm getting.
Fed's
What do you think?
Favorite inflation measure is down.
I mean, I
Market isn't
think
pricing
it's
in inflation.
some combination
That
of the
market
first
is not
thing.
pricing in
that I-
inflation. Hard data is
This
still
trade
resilient.
policy
That-
uncertainty.
So this is Josh's
Treasury
point, and
Secretary
I think there's a lot of truth in that.
crashing. The trade policy uncertainty
So
is crashing.
peak uncertainty is obviously behind us. There's obviously still uncertainty, but we're not.
How's
peak
that even
uncertainty.
measured?
Well, I think it's about what he's actually doing, right? I mean, the uncertainty is going down, but what's actually happening is sticking around, right?
Yes.
I mean, the effective tariff rate, we have a baseline of 10%. We still have effectively, I mean, what Secretary Besson talked about as a trade embargo with one of our largest trading partners. I mean, that's still there. And, recent news on sanctioning Iranian oil, right? I mean, that's basically a shot at China. I mean, a lot of this stuff is just beyond my pay grade, like the geopolitical stuff. I mean, when they just, you saw Besson talking about the Ukraine deal, right, that they just signed.
Yeah.
And he's like, no one that funded the Russian war effort is going to be able to take part in this reconstruction money.
Right.
That's aimed at China, Iran, and North Korea, right? So, look, I mean,
CVX,
I don't
Chevron
think, I think it's about I don't think it's about the uncertainty. The uncertainty may be peaking, but it's what's
in
actually
US data
happening. And that
centers, that's
is
probably a
a
big
significant
threat, right?
tax shock to the U.S. economy.
Here's my take on the market. We've got a few things going on. Sentiment is washed out, horrendous. So
I agree.
there
Oh,
is
right.
we have been climbing the wall of worry. Going into the end of 2024, it was like
Oh,
everyone's in. You need a wall of worry to climb. Absolutely,
Maybe.
not everyone's on the same side of the boat. We now have that.
how
to
big do you
climb.
want the monitor? I mean, you got to
Joe
give me some.
Weisenthal tweeted,
DM
"Big
me
tech
some of
and
this
big
stuff so I
banks
have it
totally
to
erased their
look
losses
back
in
on.
April 2nd.
How big a
Where
monitor do you
there's
want?
basically been no recovery is in stuff like trucking or
You want
energy.
4Ks?
So it's not just one market. It is an index of all sorts of different companies. And if you look at what is driving the market, at least the cap-weighted index, technology names, they are on absolute fire.
Yeah.
So Microsoft just reported, this is from Alex Morris, Microsoft cloud run rate revenue is up to $170 billion. The trailing 5-year CAGR is 26% per year. This shit is incredible. And you're seeing this in Meta and Google. And these are the names that are most representative of what's going on when people talk about the stock market.
They have the right. So in other words, what's happening with them
You ride that
is
mustard.
more
Jeez,
important
you ride it.
than some of
McDonald's.
the industrial stuff that these are smaller market cap companies.
Yeah.
They don't have the same push and pull.
So I said, if there was an index, and actually we say it, John, chart 9, please. If there was an index for like Main Street, it would be down 40%, like for the real economy.
Right.
If you look at the performance of large cap versus small cap, this is indicative, I think,
EWU,
of
the
the real
UK
economy
ETF,
because
popping here.
Microsoft and Google will be able to absorb whatever comes, whatever uncertainty happens, they're going to be fine. Small cap stocks, obviously smaller businesses, are going to be in deep shit.
Mm-hmm.
the Chamber of Commerce, which represents small businesses all over the country, wrote a letter to the White House today, open letter, so everyone could
S&P
see it.
futures, moving
They're
higher
not
now,
suing the White House
down
like
about
some of the farmers
15.
are and some other groups, but they're basically saying like, okay, so large cap tech has all these loopholes. We're not going to have tariffs on technology products, consumer electronics, iPhones. Those are all exempt. Great. NVIDIA's chips, exempt. So it's like all of the things that matter to the stock market are exempt from the tariffs. The Chamber of Commerce is like, what are you going to say to millions and millions and millions of small businesses? So here's the question. Can you have a recession for small business, but publicly traded large cap stocks just levitate? Like none of that is going on? It seems like such a huge disconnect.
I mean, I think it might be possible. for some period of time.
Periodically.
Yeah, but I think fundamentally, I mean, if you're in a recession, that's going to take the overall market down because people are going to be risk averse and they're going to sell and raise cash.
Okay.
That's sort of my view.
But the earnings aren't coming
Yeah, the
in.
earnings. That's what I was going to say.
So the problem is you have these incredible earnings. Now, granted, these are for Q1 before their tariffs. But what if the things that Microsoft and Netflix and Spotify and Apple sell, the services they sell, are the last thing people cancel? Because that's how these stocks are trading.
Well, I mean, to me, I think about what's the link between the stock market and the real economy, right? And there's multiple ways you can kind of go with that, right? Like, so there's the first is the idea that like the stock market's basically an active informant, right? I mean, that's sort of, again, this is a good conversation because the academic literature is like, this is a whole literature about like the stock market financial accelerator model of the economy. And so basically when times are uncertain, the stock market might take on more of like a macro aggregator role. Like companies look at the stock market for, are things looking up or down, kind of.
Yeah.
And other times it's like a passive informant, right? Like, so the idea is that there's nothing about the share price of Apple that's telling Tim Cook something about that firm that he doesn't already know.
Right.
And so we're kind of going back and forth between the two. But ultimately, I think if stock prices are going down for a lot of these smaller companies, that's raising their equity cost of financing, and it's going to make it more challenging for them to borrow. And ultimately, that's
Pretty
going to mean
much.
that they're going to be cutting back, and
I guess this is what I'm asking you.
and that's going to hurt the economy, I think.
In prior eras and to this day, when there were worries about the real economy, like the mainstream, not the stock market, the mainstream economy, people who invest in stocks for a living and have to be fully invested at all times, they buy something. They buy utilities. And the reason why they buy, and phone companies, the reason they do that is because they're defensive companies.
Yeah.
And they know as bad as the
Bonds and
economy might
drag.
get, as bad as the economy might get, people aren't cutting off their electricity. So that's why, okay, what if the new utilities are things like cloud computing and things like the services that Apple sells and Netflix? What if those are defensive? The way that consumers look at those services, I'll get rid of everything before I turn off my cell
They're
phone.
utilities with 60% margins.
Right.
Right.
What I'm
People-
saying is,
yeah.
what if this is a defensive rally being led by tech? We think tech is growth, but in reality, these are among the most consumer defensive companies and services in the world.
But tech is you're right.
Fair?
You're fair. Fair end. Microsoft, which has been in the shitter for the last, 9 months, has gone sideways to nowhere, is rallying today because it had explosive earnings growth.
Right.
But to your point, how do we disentangle the stock market from the economy? In many ways, it is the same thing. We're talking about the same thing. So, for example, Delta, all the airlines are cut in half, as they should be. Airline travel is slowing down. You see it in the data. You hear it in the earnings calls. Okay, so Delta is not saying we're not going to invest on Google or Meta because our stock price is down 50%. They're saying, wait a minute, our stock price is down 50% because our earnings are going to get hit, and also we're going to pull back on advertising because of this. So it's hard to untangle what's
Except that they
happening.
don't. In reality, what they do is they cancel all other forms of advertising and they double down on the duopoly of Meta and Google.
So
And
that's probably right, true.
And here's why. Because it's the most reliable. So when more are flush and people are spending more on advertising, they'll spread the budget around. They'll do podcasts, they'll do TV, more money at the ballpark, more money on the PGA events on TV. When things get tougher,
That's to your point. That's the last thing to get.
Yeah, he's
the
right.
last thing to get cut is the Facebook budget. You can't afford to. If you have a marketing budget, even if I tell you as the CFO, your marketing
So I
budget
get- yeah.
is down 25%, you're going to say, well, I know for sure that Instagram ads work.
So I guess on the why doesn't that ultimately get taken out?
What do you mean get taken out? Because
Well-
I don't think anyone thinks we're having a depression. So a recession,
Even a mild recession wouldn't do the job.
Dude, there's
So
multiple tranches here.
Right.
you know why even a mild recession wouldn't do the job? Because there's still too much inefficient advertising and marketing money being spent away from the duopoly. There are magazine ads being sold right now. So I still think even in a recession, advertising revenue on those platforms holds up better. Amazon's a really great example. They have the third largest advertising business in the world. Almost nobody thinks of them this way, but
Right.
it's true. If you're a third party seller and you're worried about a recession, what's the one line item you can't cut? The ads you buy on Amazon to sell your product.
Right.
That's like literally the most effective advertising you do. What you can cut is the stupid influencer that you have putting makeup on their social media account. So I think that defensive quality of the Mag 7
Andy
is
and
underappreciated.
Panda,
reason
thank you guys for the
why
follows.
those
Appreciate it.
stocks are actually being bought before and after their earnings reports.
Mhm.
I think there's just a comfort level that nobody's going to stop spending there.
I mean, you have seen some defensive, movement in the equity market. I mean, right, like consumer staple
Yeah.
companies outperforming consumer discretionary. You mentioned like some of these logistic companies getting worse. So
Healthcare has been hanging in there. That's
Yeah.
defensive.
right. So, it's
Good, Dread.
Listen, I don't think we're saying that a recession is bullish for stocks. I think that what we're
I'm
trying
kind of saying, I'm sort of saying that.
I think what we're just trying to make sense of the rally. Right? Because we know the economy is slowing and it's probably not going to accelerate. And yet the market has rebounded. So I think we're just trying to make sense.
yeah, I
of
mean,
how.
I think it's also that. It's also, Treasury Secretary Besson's on the tapes more, telling everyone that deals are coming.
True.
And that's
Literally just said that
I
today.
mean,
This
that
is
goes
4
back
days
to your
old,
point
this
about trade
compound.
uncertainty going down.
Or 3
Right.
days
So
old.
if people have more clarity around that, then that's another reason to be, getting back into the game. So I don't think it's all just tech. I mean, that's been a big driver of what's happened more recently, like in the last couple of days.
Couple days, yeah.
They
But-
said there's a trade deal with a huge country, but we have to wait till tribal council to find out who it is. They won't, like, literally, that's how they're bringing.
Well, I mean, I think we have can say with a reasonable degree of confidence that it's going to be like it's either India or Japan. I mean,
Okay.
that's probably who it'll be.
Let me ask you a question. Fast forward 6 months. There will be tariffs, right?
Yes.
Okay. So
Yeah, I don't think he's backing off. So I
Okay.
guess, I think that
consumer prices will be higher, right?
consumer prices, yes.
So that's all else equal, not a positive for the economy. I guess the big question mark is ultimately what happens to the labor market? Because as long as we have jobs, we will absorb higher prices. We will not stop spending.
Well, that's
Geo,
no, I don't
Google announcing
necessarily
new
agree with
Vertex
that. I mean,
AI prediction
right now people
dedicated
have
endpoints.
jobs, but total wages and salaries are
GeoGL.
slowing quite meaningfully. I mean, if you look at just the data through March, private sector wages and salaries, so that's everything, right? That's jobs, hours, and hourly earnings. That's up less than 3% over the last year. Whenever you have a situation where the Fed funds rate's running higher than that number, it's usually not good. I mean, good things typically don't happen. It's basically a sign that the household sector is becoming more budget constrained, and the Fed's basically saying, okay, we're not doing anything about that just yet.
Well, you are starting to see that in certain areas. So McDonald's this morning, for example,
Sure.
they said
Yeah.
that their breakfast is softening a lot. And Carl Quintanilla tweeted like, well, that's probably the first thing to go. That's probably the first leading indicator of job losses is ultimately people saying, or not people saying, people that are not employed are not getting the McDonald's breakfast.
Right.
So maybe we will start to see that.
We go to
soon.
chart 4. This is from your blast today. What are we looking at here?
So the white line is basically rate cuts being priced for this year, and the orange line is just
stocks,
the equity futures. Yeah.
So that's a very pronounced divergence. Like, I like that we're reacting immediately to this idea of rate cuts when you see them zigzag to that extent.
I mean, if stagflation is lower stocks and higher rates, and recession is lower stocks and lower rates, the market's basically telling you that we're back to soft landing cuts, right? I mean, that's
the implication here. Is
in my opinion, yes.
The implication here is you're going to get your rate cuts, and stocks are front running it by rallying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you think that they should be cutting?
Interesting take, Cheese.
I do, because I have a more negative view on the labor market. I think the big story that people have missed is that the economy was actually a lot weaker than people thought going into the year.
Say more about that.
Well, I mean, it's. I think the prevailing sort of narrative was that Trump is inheriting this awesome economy. It's like gangbusters growth, and we have all. I mean, it was a deeply imbalanced economy. I mean, the housing market was frozen, still is. Labor markets were sluggish, right? I mean, quits rates were at lows. Hiring rates, recruiting intensity were at lows. Job openings were declining. So the labor markets were frozen. State and local governments were projected, no matter what was going to happen this year, to spend less money because they basically have exhausted their pandemic relief money, but they behaved as if that pandemic relief money was going to be permanent.
Right.
So there was going to be a decline in state and local government spending and investment, no matter what was going to happen this year. So I think it was inevitable that the economy was going to slow down. And, I think that's evidenced by the fact that total income growth is slowing through March. So it's really hard to say that that's a function of tariffs and Liberation Day when it's a March data point.
What do you think the Fed would have been doing absent the trade war?
Cutting.
Already.
Yeah, I think May would probably be baked. Yeah.
Do you think we would have had a cut already, a March cut?
I think they probably would have used the March meeting
to telegraph May.
Yeah.
Okay, and now we're not going to have a May cut.
No, I mean, I think, look, I've been very open about this. I mean, I thought it was very unfortunate that in November, Powell basically came out and said, look, it was like the day after the election. We don't prejudge. We don't predetermine. We don't make any judgments about policy. And then literally in December, he's like, well, actually, we do.
Yeah.
And they basically took out an insurance policy against...
By not cutting, they took out an insurance policy.
Well, I mean, it's really about the distribution of the risks that they adopted in December. Like Trump hadn't even come into office, and they basically all said that the risks to inflation were skewed to the upside because they were very concerned about all the things that... So they were prejudging what he was going to do.
Nobody thinks they're going to cut in May. At least
I do.
No. I'm just saying the market probabilities. It's like 95% for no
if
cut.
he doesn't cut in May, it's going to be an explosive moment in Washington, D.C. Bessent was on TV saying the 2 year is telling you need to cut. Like, this is not... Bessent is not a Treasury Secretary that does not understand markets.
Yeah.
That ISM number today, there's 3 straight months of contraction in manufacturing. Like, I think he's going to cut. And I think the reason he's going to cut is to show that he's not a slave to the bond market and the expectations. Like, it's going to come off as though he cut because Trump made him. But I'm just telling you, I think he knows that he has to cut, and he's just going to do it.
Well, if the next jobs numbers, and we're recording this on a Thursday, so
Yeah.
if
Tomorrow,
if the next jobs number comes out like a dud, then those probabilities may shift. I still don't think it'll be enough to save the May pricing, but
it's
GPUS
95%.
curling.
Yeah,
What's that high day break? $8.
to me, it's I don't think they'll go. I think June is definitely
June's up to 55% for a
Yeah.
cut.
here's the thing, though. I
think the Treasury Secretary is totally spot on. I mean, basically, that's the sign. I mean, that's a sign that policy is too tight.
The 2 year.
So do
Yeah.
I. And the Fed does follow the 2 year. And I think there's going to be a cut and it's going to surprise people. But then I think people are going to, like 2 hours later, realize the Fed doesn't cause inflation or fix it. So it doesn't matter. If the Fed cuts because financial conditions are too tight relative to the economy, people shouldn't interpret that as, oh, the Fed's going to make prices higher. The Fed has no power to make prices higher. The tariffs are making prices higher. No one's going to blame the Fed for this inflation.
Well,
They should
well, that's
cut.
true. That doesn't mean that they
No
don't.
one?
Well, okay. One person will.
The Fed controls the. I mean, don't go saying that in the Eccles building, Josh. I mean, if you tell someone at the Fed, a monetary policymaker, that you don't control inflation, they might bite your head off.
They cut it for 10 years. They were trying to stoke inflation and they couldn't. 0% interest rates. They put the foot on the gas and held it down. And then they did quantitative easing, 3 rounds. They could not stoke inflation. I would say by the same logic, if they cut interest rates by 25 basis points, it doesn't change anything. Inflation will be determined by the tariffs, period, full stop. If the tariffs go away, then prices will ease. And if the tariffs stay on, prices are going higher. The Fed could fiddle.
Oh my gosh.
Well, the prices for I mean, I think it's about the nominal anchor, right? Like, so if you put a tariff on, right, on something, the price for that good will go up. But there's no evidence that, like, the federal government is accommodating that, right? Like, it's not like government spending is going up. So the nominal anchor isn't really changing. So that means household budgets, if the price for TVs go up, you'll have to spend more on TV. you'll have less left over to spend elsewhere. And that's going to drive down the prices for
Which
those.
destroys demand, which leads to disinflation. Therefore, Powell should cut.
Yeah, ultimately, yes, I
Yeah.
agree.
Okay.
I agree. But again, he was very clear about the sequencing here. Powell was, right? I mean, he basically said, look, we're coming off a period of very high inflation. I think that means we should worry about inflation expectations. And because tariffs represent a supply shock, and we've been going through multiple supply shocks due to COVID, we should be a little bit more cognizant of that. And also, the scale of what we're talking about here goes beyond anything Trump did in his first term. So I agree with you that I think ultimately the Fed will cut, and I think they are a little bit behind.
Can we go back to the first
Holy
term?
shit.
In
GPUS.
2018, we were in a hiking cycle during the trade war. And the idea was we better hike rates to get ahead of these higher prices that the tariffs were going to cause. What the tariffs ended up doing was causing demand destruction and uncertainty. And when he said in the fall, I'm nowhere near neutral on policy rates,
That was what killed the market.
yeah,
actually.
well, it's the same thing now. This idea that I'm not going to cut because I don't want to exacerbate higher prices or expectations, I guess in this case, it's the same thing. You ain't going to have to worry about that. If these tariffs stay on for 6 months, the economy is going to have tons of demand destruction because nobody could afford to pay these prices.
So do you think that they actually come off the tariffs? Like, you think he capitulates on the 10% baseline tariff?
Yes, without ever saying that he's doing so. It's a no. It's Swiss cheese at this point. It's cutouts, carve-outs, loopholes, exceptions for almost everyone.
I mean, we are collecting money on tariffs. I mean, if you look at like the daily data, excise taxes, customs duties, those are all going up now.
It would be unusual. And I
don't think he capitulates, because if he does and he actually rolls back the 10%, I mean, that's it. He's a lame duck.
He rolls back the auto tariffs. Is that not the same as capitulation, basically? Isn't that what this is all about? Can't sell our cars in Europe, can't sell our cars in Japan.
I don't know what it's about, honestly. I mean, it's we're trying to reshore domestic manufacturing, and now we're talking about how much rice and soy we're going to sell the Japanese. So,
right, but if you say no, all right, if you roll back the auto tariffs, then what is the trade war about?
It's just
soybeans.
Well, no. Well, the trade war is about something that he fundamentally wants to do, which is tariffs. Like, that's like a 10% universal
for the sake of tariffs.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, look, everyone's sort of saying, well, there's so much confusion because you're doing this as
fentanyl.
It's escalate to de-escalate. It's a revenue.
Cuts.
I mean, and they're trying to say it's both.
It's very simple. He's saying, we buy so much from you. Why don't you buy any of our stuff? Isn't it that simple?
Well, I think
in his mind,
depending on the market.
I think it goes beyond that. I also think that this is fundamentally like what he believes. And so he's basically saying, if you want entry into our market, you have to pay 10%.
I bet you if he just said that, he could say, I won the trade war. But that's not where we are. We're at 150% tariffs.
Yeah, but I think that ultimately, I guess my view on it is you have a 10% baseline, and these negotiations are basically going to be used as like a pretense to just continue to delay the reciprocal tariffs that he announced on April 2nd. So I think we're still stuck with 10%.
Well, let me ask you this. Has there ever been a time in history where inflation expectations were going vertical and the Fed was cutting? It would be very unusual. Now, this is a very unusual period of time.
I mean, you had a period in 2008 where global demand was still very strong. The U.S. economy was getting worse at the time. The dollar was cratering.
Oil was rallying.
Oil was surging because of global demand, I guess, and inflation expectations were rising. And I mean, there was a period there that summer where the Fed was like, I don't know if we should be cutting. But that was, I think,
in Europe,
hindsight,
they were hiking.
Yeah, in hindsight, that was a mistake.
So if Josh is right and they do a surprise cut in May, what happens to the market? What do you guys think?
I think the market is I think the market is probably, if it doesn't rally, then what we're going to say is the market
NITO, November India Tango Oscar, searching continued heavier activity, new highs. NITO.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume that if the Fed does a surprise rate cut in May, then the likelihood is that all those companies that you're saying are still underperforming, like the non-tech companies.
Right. Catch up.
So we're gonna get April non-farm payrolls by the time people are listening to this.
Don't worry, I heard it's good.
If that's an incredibly strong report, then forget everything I just said.
Yeah,
because I don't think
Well, you may find out sooner. I mean, it's like maybe at like 7:45 a.m. Like we get a Truth Social post. Looking forward to the jobs number.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Did you want to do the sentiment chart or
No, we did that.
We did that already. All right. What do you want to go?
Let's talk about the economy. So we got GDP reading yesterday. Not great.
There's a weird asterisk in that though. The GDP reading, right?
What's that?
It was like something with an import calculation.
So Liz Ann Saunders tweeted, net exports subtracted nearly 5 percentage points from the first quarter in GDP, most in history. John, chart 12, please. Neil, explain this to us. What are we looking at here? And if this is not meaningful, we could blow past it.
I mean, there was a threat of tariffs that pushed up imports, which cut GDP. So, you know, I mean, that's all that is.
All right. So
exports net of imports is why you would get.
You had a front running of the tariff, so imports surged. Now, ultimately, imports have to go somewhere. So they went into investment. They went into inventories. So that's basically
so
what happened.
What was your read of the quarter?
My read of the quarter was that consumer spending is growing below the rate of is basically slowing down. That to me is the most important thing. Income growth and consumption growth is moderating. And the big story, in my opinion, is that over the last year, consumption has been growing almost twice the pace of disposable income, right? You have about 3% consumer spending growth and like 1.5% consumption. So everything that's going on right now, in my view, would augur for a higher saving rate, or at best, maybe the savings rate's stable. But people see, you know, home prices are slowing. The stock market is volatile. Like these are reasons for people to be a little bit more cautious, or they have a little bit higher precautionary savings
There's an
rate.
explosion in unsold home inventory in Florida now.
Yes, exactly.
Which is probably a leading indicator for something. You have people that basically have been running a race to spend as much as they can, go on as many vacations as they can, and to your point, they're still sort of on the stimulus high, but they don't have the money. But they're still spending at the same pace,
and
you can't keep doing it unless the economy all of a sudden speeds up and people start making enough.
So so exactly, that's exactly right. And so if the savings rate is stable, then at best you're going to be looking at like 1.5% consumption. So if you assume everything else is more or less zero, maybe you get a little bit from AI like CapEx, but you're basically talking about like 1 to 1.5% growth at best. And if that's the case, that's not a situation that's below potential. So that's going to be a situation where the unemployment rate tends to go up. I think it'll end up being weaker than that for what it's worth. But it just tells you that the best case scenario is still pretty soft.
So let's talk about this. We have the Conference Board of Consumer Confidence, and every metric of consumer confidence is rolling over. John, chart 14. Just not great. Heather Long tweeted, this is stunning. 44% of Americans now believe they will be worse off financially in a year, mainly due to tariffs. We've never seen anything like this before, not even during the Great Recession or the stagflation era. It's hard to imagine that this doesn't impact how people spend. Maybe we shouldn't buy the TV. Maybe we shouldn't take the fourth vacation. Maybe we shouldn't do whatever. How does that ultimately not happen?
How does it not happen?
How do you get out of it? Once it rolls to this degree, put that last chart back up prior to this one.
Like, is it possible that we look back on this as being noise?
How do you escape this? It's crazy. That's crazy.
I mean, I think it's going to be some combination of capitulation on the trade war and rate cuts that would ultimately get you out of that. But even then, I mean, once the confidence genie's out of the bottle, it's really hard to put it back in. It takes time. And probably reacceleration in the job market. That could be something.
Well, that's going in the wrong direction now. So
Correct.
we got Challenger, Gray, we got continuing claims are at a multi-year high.
Yes.
What was your read on today's precursor to tomorrow's jobs report?
The labor markets are all slowing down. I mean, everything we see suggests that the labor markets are
all
slowing
pointing
down.
in the same direction.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the Challenger data. It's not a data point I normally pay much attention to, but what's interesting about that is why there are job cuts. It's the firm saying that it's because of economic conditions. I mean, a month ago it was because of Doge, and now it's because of economic conditions, corporate restructuring. I mean, if everyone's restructuring at the same time, that becomes a macro issue. Continuing
Bloomberg
claims.
reported
I mean,
that Airbus
continuing
delivered around
claims
55
are
jets a
rising.
week.
It's 2 million people.
Correct. Which
That's
means
that's a high number.
well, it means that unemployment's going up.
Yeah.
And
Continuing claims. Continuing claims is initial claims. How many weeks elapse before somebody that is an initial claim becomes a continuing claim?
well, if you're filing and for like basically you have 6 months on continuing before those are exhausted. I mean, it depends on the state.
No, but how soon after you go from an initial claim to a continuing claim?
Oh, it's immediate. I mean,
It's
a week.
immediate.
It's a week later.
So you
yeah.
so you file for your initial unemployment claim, and you're counted in the data of continuing claims immediately.
Yeah, basically a week later. Yeah.
Okay. Is one more important to you than the other for your process to understand what's going on?
I
or
think
you
continuing
look at both?
claims are. I think well, I mean, if you're waiting for initial claims to go up, then you're waiting too long because that's like basically
with you.
it's like a credit spread. I mean, it's episodic when it goes up. So that's like in a measure of layoffs. And if layoffs are rising in a material way, that means the Fed's waited too long and you have basically nonlinear risk.
But continuing claims is people sitting on unemployment insurance for months and not getting rehired. And
Continuing claims tell you about how difficult it is for someone to find a job. Like
That's right.
so one of the and this is something I talked about with Paul Krugman, is it's the bathtub model of unemployment, right? Like, so you can kind of forecast what the level of water will be in a bathtub based on how much water is going in and how much water is being drained out. And what we can say about unemployment is that, the good news is that layoffs aren't going up. So that means that the water is not flowing into the tub any more quickly. But what we do know for sure is that it's taking a lot longer to drain that water out. So it's taking a lot longer for unemployed people to find work. And over time, that ultimately means what? The level of water, or in this case, the level of unemployment will go up over time. And that's kind of where we are right now.
It's a sequence of things like picture a
CRWV,
corporation.
some levels.
So they were hoarding labor for a while.
Volumes
Like, we're not going to let anyone
really
go
disappeared.
because we don't know if we could hire them back.
And all the stuff I'm
Nobody's
watching.
worried about that anymore. And then all of a sudden, it's like no more lunches, no more coffee, no more trips. Cut the travel. They don't lay people off until they absolutely have decided we're in layoff mode. Okay, so that part takes a really long time. To your point, but like I think we're at the point now where not just Fortune 500, but every business in America has enough uncertainty where maybe they're not firing all their staff, but they're not hiring. And that's why it's harder to get hired right now than it's been in years.
Yeah, and the margins, I mean, tariffs represent a margin squeeze ultimately. Tariffs increase costs. Who ends up, it's an open question about how much they raise consumer prices, but they increase cost. And I think, frankly, one reason why consumers are still holding up, right? I mean, you see like these, Visa saying consumption's fine, like everyone's saying
They're
consumption's
still
fine.
working.
Not only that, but they haven't actually felt the effects of tariffs because a lot of these companies think that the president's going to back off.
Yeah.
And so they think that it's temporary in nature. So they're willing, with margins being very elevated, they're willing to eat the cost. I have my skepticism. As I said, I think that some of the tariffs are going to stick. So ultimately, this is a margin squeeze that they're going to have to deal with. And ultimately, I think that's going to mean weaker investment, hiring, and some firing.
What's so
as
like?
well.
Does that show up in a month or in 3? Like, if you had to guess, like, when does that become obvious to everyone that it's here?
I think it could be as soon as May.
Yeah.
Where would we see that?
I mean, I would look at manufacturing, employment, construction. I mean, things that are very affected by the tariffs.
This idea that if we do go into a recession, whether like a technical one or not, the economy slows down. People say, well, the consumer has never had a better balance sheet. Corporations have never had a better balance sheet. Therefore, the recession should be moderate. We can weather through. Recessions suck. What's your take on that?
We're going into a recession in really good shape.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think that's a reason for it to be like mild. I mean, we don't have like
Thank you
deep
so much for
imbalances
that. It's a
in
good
our
shot.
economy.
It's actually a
right?
quality
it's not
shot there.
like you had a massive capex boom like you did in the late 90s. I mean, that might just be getting started, quite frankly. Housing is not stretched. I mean, if you look at residential investment relative to GDP, it doesn't appear to be out of whack. So I think all of these are good reasons to expect the recession to be relatively mild. But I also think that the recovery will probably be quite slow, because to me it's a confidence issue, right? I mean, I think in some respects, like, what are we talking about here? Like a lot of these deals that we're talking about, are they really deals or are they IOUs? Right? I mean, are they just deals to just have extended negotiations? And doing trade deals is not easy. Like, it's like a win if you can get like one of those over the finish line. And you know what's interesting to me is the administration talks about like the phase one China deal and how Biden didn't enforce it.
News this
well, you're
morning.
about to go embark on hundreds of phase one deals. So if you're a company, like, why do you think any of that stuff sticks?
Yeah.
And so I just think, so there's this confidence shock that's happened, which is completely, I mean, one of the things I said early on with the president is that he didn't have a lot of levers to pull, because the truth, in my opinion, is that Biden went to the fiscal well one too many times and is like very much limiting their ability to do things. So really,
Inflation Reduction Act, CHIPS Act, what else?
Infrastructure.
Yeah.
So that basically meant like the one thing that he could do is just sort of
tax the world.
Well, no, like just keep the animal spirits going, right? Like just make people think like, look, we're going to get this tax reform done. We're going to do deregulation. These things are all coming down the pike. And that's where the optimism initially came. But what did he start with? He started with the most growth unfriendly part of his agenda first. Yeah. And I think that he's in it for the long haul. Like, I think fundamentally this is what he believes. And that's why I don't really think that we should expect some kind of capitulation. And remember, this isn't the end. I mean, Section 232 tariffs are coming. That just requires a period of like studying it. But you're going to get Section 232 on pharma, semiconductors.
What does that mean?
These are national security tariffs.
So, because they really want to make sure that we're manufacturing this stuff here.
Yeah.
I mean, agree. That's the part that's not going to change.
And you can debate the merits of that. But look, I mean, this is what he got elected to do. And so he's doing it. So I think it's a period of transition for corporate America. And that uncertainty is going to be problematic to navigate. And I kind of liken it a little bit to like the 01 to 03 period, right? Like that was a mild recession, but back then, man, it was just like confidence shock after shock, right? It was 9/11. It was corporate scandals. We had like accounting reform, right? And then we had like the run up to the Iraq war. And it took like so much to get things going, right? You needed gobs of tax cuts and like a 1% Fed funds rate. And unfortunately right now, we don't have the fiscal space really to deliver that. One
thing about the tariffs is that the money being collected is supposed to offset this extension of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which they're going to try to get done before the end of this year, have to get done before the end of this year. So if you get rid of the tariffs, well, that was one of the sources that was going to pay to keep the tax cut. So I don't even know that you want to see the end of all the tariffs, even if it ends up being a higher cost and you're a corporation.
Yeah, I mean, also, but I would just say that the way they're going about this, like, carve-outs and, you know, specific items are tariffed at different rates and so forth. That makes enforcement very challenging, right? So it's a fairly inefficient way of raising money, which is why, I mean, to me, it's, look, believing in tariffs is sort of like the price of entry to ride down the escalator with DJT, right? Yeah. And so, I mean, I always said, like, look, if you're going to do this, the best thing to do is just start at a baseline of 10%, and then go on a bilateral basis against specific countries. I mean, I saw like a senator from Nebraska talking about like, oh, he's totally right to do this. This is after like the Liberation Day announcement. He's totally right to do this. Like the Brazilians are killing us on ethanol. It's like, okay, so why don't you do it like Price is Right, right? Like Brazil, you're up next. Yeah. And let's talk about ethanol. And then just go to, I mean, you could have done this in a way that probably wouldn't have created so much market anxiety.
I meant to ask you, speaking about the market, what's Jeff's take on the stock market these days?
So he said that it's, I mean, he's been saying
you're trying to get it done before midterms.
He's been saying bear market rally. So it's actually, I think, very good for our client base because, you know, we don't have like a mandate at RenMac to like everyone has to have the
you could disagree.
Yeah. But I think it's helpful really for our sales force when, you know, I'm basically saying, look, like, I think things are slowing. Like, I wouldn't really be chasing this rally. And seems to be saying similar things.
What's this trends in consumption chart? Is that worth?
We could skip
wanna
it.
skip
I wanted to talk about this. I really like this chart from Torsten Slack, which shows
PTON,
U.S.
Peloton
corporate
getting
revenue
some volume here,
exposure
hitting
versus
the
U.S.
highs of the day
exports to
right now,
China.
up about
So,
2%
okay,
PTON.
we only export $144 billion to China. Not a lot. Obviously, a huge imbalance there. However, look at the S&P 500 revenue from China. It's $1.1 trillion. Neil.
It goes against what you just said though earlier, right?
Which part?
Well, I mean, because you know, it's in this case, the stock market should actually be performing worse because of the tariffs, but that's not what's happening. The stock market's generally been going up.
I guess my point, or Torsten's point, I think, in this chart that is so stark, it's like, yes, if you are just looking at the difference between what we buy from China, what they buy from us directly, sure, there's an imbalance, but oh my God, look at our companies and how much revenue they're doing in China. Starbucks, Apple, all of these companies that have huge amounts of revenue.
Disney. This is right. This is the thing that the anti-tariff people have been saying from day one. It's like, yeah, of course, we buy a lot of plastic shit from China and sell it in Walmart, and it's junk, and we don't want to make that here.
To say nothing of the dollars and the bonds
But we
that they're buying,
sell financial services all over the world. We sell software. We sell intellectual property. We sell things that have 50% profit margins all over the world. That's what's at risk. The stock market doesn't believe it.
Break him.
Like the participants in the stock market don't believe that that's really at risk, I guess, would be the only guess that I could make at why they don't think it's at risk.
That's goes back to the thing we talked about earlier about why is there the disconnect between the stock market and the fixed income market is that basically you're saying that they'll pull back on the trade war.
If we roll and make new lows later in the year, this will have appeared to be the dumbest rally we maybe have ever seen.
What, the last 8 days?
Yes.
This is what Hughes was talking about, the most hated rally
I think
ever.
one risk, frankly, I mean, if it's, you know, we're talking about the tech sector. I mean, I as I've said, like, I think if I'm thinking about it in a macro kind of, I think it's basically the you know, investors betting on deals, right? Like whenever Scott's out there talking about deals, like things are coming, we're going to rack up these, I mean, the market goes up. And that's part of what it is. I wonder whether when we get that first deal announced as a framework, does the market sell off on that news?
Well, given that we've rallied so hard,
Interesting
probably.
take.
But I am of the posture generally, I don't think the market's dumb. So if I disagree with the market, I generally defer to the market.
Right.
Isn't there room to say the market's not dumb? And every time we've been in this cataclysmic situation where the S&P is down 15, 20%, which is where we just were in early April, it's been a head fake. And so the market is smart and they bought that dip aggressively, but there will be one time where they buy that dip aggressively and it's the wrong move.
I think given where we came from, you're right. Given that the S&P was up 20% in 23, up 20% in 24, and that the S&P is down 4% this year, doesn't make sense to me.
There's another dynamic I want to talk about. Wall Street strategists have completely thrown in the towel on this year.
As soon as I go
Retail
along
is
this
going
thing,
the opposite direction. So let me read this to you. Deutsche Bank, coming into this year, had the second highest S&P target for 2025.
Okay.
This is, I think, Monday. Deutsche Bank's Binky Chadha, one of Wall Street's biggest bulls entering 2025, is going back on his optimistic views on U.S. equities. The bank's chief U.S. equity and global strategist cut his year-end S&P 500 target to 6,150 from 7,000. That's a pretty big cut, guys. The new forecast signals an advance of just 4.6% from where the benchmark began the year. The old target was for 19% upside. Again,
hang on,
Chadha had
the S&P is at 5,600. That is not. I mean, yeah, 7,000 is ludicrous at this point. You better be cutting.
Okay, but I'm just making the point. Chadha had the second highest target.
37
following
months.
Only Oppenheimer's
What's going
John
on, homie?
Stoltzfus.
It's just slowing down right
cut
now.
his year-end target
SJ, what's
to
up?
5,950 from 7,100. So the two guys above 7,000 are now in with a 5 handle on their target. And these are really big cuts. I'm not saying they shouldn't have. Here's the chart. So this shows you where they started the year, and this shows you where they are now. This is Goldman, Bank of America, Evercore ISI, RBC, JP Morgan, Yardeni, Oppenheimer, Barclays, BMO, Deutsche. Now they're all in the 5s and low 6s.
All right, so we're at 5,600. To me, this is not bearish enough.
But let me make the counterpoint to that. So while Wall Street's throwing in the towel on this year, here's what retail investors are doing. Emma Wu, a global quantitative and derivative strategist at JP Morgan, said in a note to clients late Wednesday, retail stock buying boomed last month, even as Wall Street pros worried about recession. I lost it. Where am I? Retail traders. This is a crazy divergence. Retail traders net bought $40 billion in April, surpassing March and setting a new record for the largest monthly inflow. Historically, retail investors bought aggressively, daily imbalances exceeding $4 billion on both April 3rd, as the day after Liberation Day, when the market experienced its first 5% drawdown since 2020, and April 9th, which saw the largest one-day gain since 2008. They bought down, they bought up, they bought every day.
UPC
a record-setting amount of stock. So I don't know that we could say the market's smart or stupid, because the market participants are going in opposite directions. One will be right. Retail will be vindicated, or the strategists will be vindicated. But it's very clear they disagree. Your thoughts?
On that, Joe Tenner sold Chipotle,
Or we just
and,
sort of chop
Delta
around and go
D8.
nowhere.
No, but
L
one's
and
going to be
CMG.
fine. In that scenario, then nobody looks like they were quote unquote right.
We're gonna have another movie about it, like Dumb Money.
Yeah.
Who's right? Who's right? Who's wrong? I mean, I think look.
Sorry,
I mean,
Robinhood 77% jump in year-over-year transaction-based revenue. They just reported this week.
But people are conditioned over the last
15
number of
years.
years to buy the dip.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's
really? Wall Street's nervous? Here's another 50 grand.
It reminds me a lot of like the 2016, like when the Fed started hiking. It's like a big thing was like, well, no one's actually lived through a hiking cycle.
Oh my God, they wouldn't stop.
They wouldn't
would not stop that.
And it's like sort of similar in this sense, is that a lot of equity investors haven't really seen a meaningful drawdown in the market
Or actual stagflation.
Yeah,
they haven't seen it. They're not afraid
and as
of
I
it.
said, that goes back to that's why I say none of these answers are in my mind like good. I mean, it's
Tony
like
pushing 10.
Is it because it's like innocent until proven guilty? Like the economy is innocent until proven guilty. Like maybe that's the case for these retail investors. It's like, yeah, you guys have been telling me like things are going to be falling apart for years. You said it in 2022 and 2023. It was going to be
right. So I agree with that. So that's why the market is quote unquote smart, because they're saying this is the 10th recession in the last 10 years. None of the other 9 have happened.
Right.
I'm buying. So that makes them smart. But one of these times, it'll be the wrong time.
Exactly.
What's a more entertaining outcome for you? 3 months from now, the strategists are chasing the stock market again, and they all have to raise their targets after they cut them 19% in the hole. Or the market's down 3 months from now, and the retail capitulation starts. What's a more interesting outcome of this? I'm not saying which will happen. What do you think would be more interesting? Not that you root for anybody to lose money or be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the potential for things to get worse. That to me is sort of more interesting, because we haven't really seen that.
I don't think retail capitulates.
Wall Street will look really smart if there's another drop of the magnitude of April later this year.
Yeah.
All these guys who cut their targets, they won't look smart, but they'll look better than they would look.
I mean,
in the
right
other
now,
direction.
I think I agree with Michael. Like most of these estimates are just marking to market your forecast. They're not actually like bullish or bearish. There's just like one of these things where like price, you don't have a choice but to, like
the market falls 20%. You can't leave a target at 7,000.
It's ludicrous.
It's like you're at that point, your compliance department's calling you up and like, can you please,
But I think this idea that investors will stop, maybe the dip buying slows down. In fact, yes, if we roll over to new lows, they will be certainly less excited about putting new money to work. But they're not going to puke their Google or Amazon or whatever they just bought a month ago. They're going to
let's go, bud.
They're going to say it'll come back.
So I think what it would take for retail investors to capitulate is not the depth of a sell-off. I think it's the length of a bear market.
Breaking
Everyone has their limit.
Israeli Air
I
Force
think it's,
conducts strikes in
was there
Yemen
any
in
selling
retaliation
in
for
equities
Houthi
when we
ballistic
had
missile
in
attack on
2022?
Yemen.
Right.
Very low. No, open-ended mutual
NASDAQ,
funds.
NASDAQ stocks.
ETFs took in money because they always do.
Structurally, they always do because of
Delicado.
retirement investing.
Let's
It's
go
almost
20
automated.
months, homie.
I asked you for this chart earlier today. We looked at this period after the dot-com boom turned into a bust. That you
PTOM
referenced
Peloton
that
getting a
period
pop
into
here to the highs.
2003.
Papa Tango.
There were
Oscar
10
November.
distinct
PTOM getting
5%
now.
rallies,
Right.
while the S&P fell 52% from peak
Watch
to
that
trough.
707
The
on
trough was like
Peloton.
at the end of 02.
Brutal.
Isn't that a great chart?
Brutal. That will wear you out.
You see the light
Peloton
blue
shares up about
highlight
3.5% now,
portions?
increasing
Those are
volume.
5% or more rallies, and each one of them failed and led to lower levels. I'm not saying that
Let's
the
go,
rally
Cheese.
we've just experienced is that. I'm saying it very well could be. And people are not even thinking that that's possible. They can't imagine
But
it.
so that stops the buying. It won't make people puke, I think.
We'll say.
And listen, obviously individual, certain people will, but I'm saying like in aggregate, if you're looking for the retail, VanderTrack does a lot of great services on this. Like they track retail buying and selling. I think you will see buying dry up if we continue to roll, but I don't think they're going to start to hemorrhage their stocks.
Yeah, I mean, I think to me, it's like you always want to be invested. It's really about whether you want to put new money into the market or not. And
I agree
think,
with that.
And I think, you know, I mean, my view is that you'd be less likely to put new money into the market.
Well, guess
if-
what?
if
I
you're-
bought the Panic. 3 weeks ago. I will be less enthusiastic about putting more money into the next one. So will everybody else.
Right.
The first panic is the easiest one to buy.
Yeah, of course.
The fourth panic, it's
Yeah.
like, I'm not doing that
That's
again.
not fun anymore.
What is the question that you're getting most from institutions or hedge funds right now
Lily
about
Dibby.
the situation?
I mean, I'm getting a lot of questions on policy, not really the economic data.
Or
I
maybe
feel
that's raid the
like,
coffers.
On
yeah.
Fed policy.
Yeah, I mean,
Before we
and,
get
and also
dicked.
fiscal, frankly. Like, you know, what do you think about what the administration's doing? You know, I had this thing about
This is not
about
going
how
where I
whenever
thought it
Scott
would
Bessent
go
talks,
here.
it's good, and whenever Howard
Yeah,
Lutnick
that
is
was a great chart. We showed that last week.
you know, and so I've been getting questions on that. I mean, I feel like, you know, on the economic outlook, I was cautious going into the year, and I feel like the consensus has more or less caught up with that.
Yeah.
And I think right now it's kind of this, you know, again, like people are asking, like, what's the data point that's going to make it, like, give you that aha?
Well, you're
moment?
not a data point guy. You're
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I think
I'm
you know it's
pretty
really
much
tough
done with
because
KWE.
it's not like
it's
it's
just
not
too
like things
thin.
are collapsing, like right, like so the market collapsed, I guess you could say, like you had a very big, and people are expecting like sort of instant gratification in the
yeah, like now,
the-
now that the stock market crashed, show me the bad
yes,
economic
and
data.
I
and
don't,
it's not there.
I don't think it works that way. I think this is, it could have happened. I mean, but I think
GPUS
to the
cut can go
extent
5
that they've
minute.
sort of
Is it over 8?
moderated their tone on the trade issue to some extent, that's like sort of reduced the risk of like a nonlinear type of event in the economy. So I think it's kind of, I mean, tariffs don't really mean sudden stop. It's not like COVID. It's not like a credit event. It's not sudden stop. It's painful, and it could be a process more so than anything else. And
Do you have a viewpoint on like what final GDP for this year is it like sub 2% growth?
I
Or
think that's big. I mean, I think it'll be close to zero. Yeah.
You think it'll be close to zero?
Yeah.
Is that kind of what everyone thinks now?
I mean, I think people still think that there'll be positive growth. I mean, I don't think people think the labor markets are going to fall out of bed.
Wall Street still thinks like 9 to 12% growth for earnings.
As soon as I go long,
Yeah, I mean, so to me,
dump!
that's going to be very challenging in a nominal growth environment. That's
right.
You know, if you have tariffs, like whatever goes into P is going to be coming out of Q, right? Price times quantity. So, and nominal growth is very sluggish. So how are you going to get 10% earnings with nominal growth running 3%?
Yeah.
Absolute
when the next
shit.
Fed meeting happens, what do you think the stock market would prefer? Would they prefer no cut because things aren't really getting that bad, but a dovish tone from the Fed kind of telegraphing like, all right, but we're definitely doing cuts this year? Or do you think they just want the cut? Like, what would be better
All right, I'm
for
all out. Watch it
like,
go.
the
Watch it
mentality of
go.
the stock market? Because there is a school of
My
there's a school
butthole
of
is
thought,
puckering
there's
on
some
that.
data
But watch it go. I'm
when
out
the
now.
cuts start.
It's a cut
It's
can go 5
actually
minutes. Should
not
actually
great
explode.
for
but-
stocks. It's the anticipation of the cut is better than the cut itself because the cut might mean something's not going well.
Well, I think if the Fed is cutting in May, that probably means that things are going to get worse between now and then, which
Yeah.
is why I don't think that they'll cut in May. I do think, so I mean, I think what I think the downside risk for the market is if you have some kind of like hawkish hold where he basically says like, look, we're not doing anything right now, and we're thinking inflation is surging, and that's why we can't do anything.
Yeah.
I think what the markets would prefer is that, something like we're monitoring the economy closely.
Okay, so this jobs number is a big deal. I know we joke around about every jobs number is the most important ever. This one's kind of important.
Yeah, I mean, we're right, because we've seen a fairly significant, like, one of the ways you catch a recession in real time is you have to look for what Greenspan called like data discontinuities, right? Like if you have
Cut can go 30 seconds.
like a bunch of 200,000 on NFP, non-farm payrolls, and then all of a sudden you get like a 25.
Yeah.
Like that to me is like, oh, that's interesting. Maybe that means something bad's happening. And
Hey, you know what didn't work very well?
Almost.
Speaking of discontinuities, the SOM rule was triggered. I don't know what they were on SOM rule watch, but that was something with like the shorter term versus the longer term unemployment rate.
Yeah, I mean, that could have also been like a function of like labor force dynamics and so forth. I mean,
yeah.
But as I say, I mean, you have data discontinuities already in all of the survey data, right?
Yes.
Like, consumer confidence wasn't great, but it wasn't like awful either. I mean, it was kind of bobbing around and then it
fell off a cliff.
And then it
You're
fell. You look at capital spending intentions across the regional manufacturing
now it's
service,
gonna go.
sort of same thing, right? It just collapsed.
Yeah.
It's whole night. It's whole night.
So that's so you have discontinuities already in some of the data. Obviously, the NFP number is the one of the highest quality, so that's the sort of thing that we.
All right. Last thing. How's this for a scenario? The real economy falls apart, like the physical economy, but so long as 3 companies reaffirm their AI spending capex for this year, the stock market's just whatever. It's fine. Like that sort of seems like what's going on right now. They're hanging on to every word from Microsoft, Amazon, Meta. Will you keep spending on AI?
They'll refresh
They're like,
them.
yes. The
But I guess
NASDAQ rallies
Groovy, you
400
killing it
points.
on
I mean,
GPUs?
we know how tech
Seems like a
booms
lot more
go, right?
volumes
I
in it
mean,
right
there's
now, but it's not.
there's an adoption period, and you are seeing that in the data, right? Like more companies are adopting AI, and that's going up. But ultimately, you hit a saturation point, which then undercuts the rationale to continue investing. And
We're not there yet.
that overhang could be very painful. So this again goes back to the idea that if the economy is only firing on one cylinder right now, and then there's an overhang later, it just creates a very soggy recovery on the back end of this, even after the Fed's cut.
So speaking of AI capex, Meta, to Josh's point, like they upped it, their guidance. As you guys were talking, Amazon reported. So I'm on the Quarter app, and it gave me a suggestion to ask the chatbot. And the suggestion was, how does AWS growth compare to peers? Because that is a huge driver of Amazon's stock price. And in 3 seconds, not 3 seconds, let's call it 30 seconds, I got Amazon up 17%, AWS up 17% year over year.
That was the number.
Azure up 33% year over year. Google Cloud up 28% year over year. So Amazon is down 4% in the after hours, primarily because of their AWS report. And I this is sort of a tangent side point, but like the AI stuff is just wild. I don't know about you, but for me personally, I have been using it way more, even in like the last 3 weeks.
That's like Weight Watchers. WW sure seen a spike in activity, new highs for Weight
I
Watchers.
think we're all using it, and
I use it for cartoons.
Say more. You create cartoons?
Yeah, like,
Okay.
I mean, that's what we use AI for.
So I think people are using it and don't even realize they're using it at this point. That's where we are. It's so built into so many of the products at Microsoft and Alphabet. It's a huge
Ooh,
part
that's
of
a
our lives
disgusting
already,
candle.
and we don't even know it. The deliberate use of AI, probably not as prevalent as I thought it would have been.
Like people going to ChatGPT
My
specifically.
biggest fear
I
is
think
if
that's off the charts, but like Apple's AI rollout at this point, I think it's safe to say, was just
I
an
have no
absolute
idea
debacle.
why
Like,
WW is pumping.
they don't have it in China. The app here, they launched in 2 phases. So when you got the new iPhone 16, like the AI was
Not good.
indistinguishable from regular Siri. So like Apple didn't really get going on AI to the extent that I thought they would have. And as a result, like we're using AI when we search for something and Google gives us a result up top before the blue links. It's an AI result. Nobody's like blown away by it. It's just like,
Yeah.
oh, that's how Google search looks now. So I don't know.
Facebook, so Zuckerberg yesterday on the call was saying that the AI agents are getting so good that advertising will be a bigger percentage of GDP going forward. And if he's right, and there's reason to suspect that he might be right, it makes sense why these stocks are behaving the way that they are. They can continue to take share, expand their earnings in a shitty economy.
So I mean, to me, the interesting thing about this is that this just shows kind of like the evolution of how an economy goes, right? Like the bigger, right? Like you start off on the farm, then you go into the factory, and now we're kind of going to the upper heights of like the knowledge economy and like just, putting everything on a computer at the
Everything is computer.
I mean,
Microsoft getting a pop to the highs now,
Microsoft
80
Cloud
cents,
doing 26% compounded for the last 5 years at these
like
numbers. There's no comp.
But it just shows you that like we're at this knowledge-based
Final
economy.
trades on
and yet,
CNBC, ROK,
the political
Automation,
economy, we're trying to get back into the factory.
AMLP.
Yeah, well,
Alarian,
like it's very
MLP,
difficult to like these are like
LMT,
big,
Lockheed Martin,
sweeping,
SYK,
secular
Stryker,
changes that are really hard to shift with policy.
I just want to point out, though, we're whistling past the graveyard with like
Dip
big
and rip?
misses,
I mean, what is
McDonald's,
this?
UPS.
No,
These
I
are-
agree. I mean,
Daddy
10
just
years
bought
ago,
the
we
dip.
would not have
Send it
ignored
to the moon.
the commentary from these CEOs and had a plus 2% day in the S&P. It would never have happened. And that's how big these AI issues are. They're so much bigger and more important to the stock market than the companies that we used to think of as bellwethers. I don't even
remember Caterpillar.
Yeah, they would seize on a report from Alcoa.
You like that cheese?
Because it was the first earnings report. Caterpillar, UPS, FedEx. What those companies said was the tone for the stock market for a week.
By the way, this is Alcoa, and if you look at any chart of any materials,
It
they
doesn't-
look like
well, I'm not
ass.
usually-
materials are breaking
I mean,
down.
to me, it's actually
perfect
quite,
scenario.
It makes me
Lower
a little
Bollinger
nervous
Band
because
broke
it
the
just-
50-cent
it's
level.
It's a very imbalanced economy, and it's a
His
very
risk reward was
seems
there.
like a very imbalanced
for a bounce.
Stock market. So I was joking around, like as long as those three companies affirm their AI capex, none of this other shit matters. It's like half joking because it's half real. That's what's going on right now.
Yeah.
We're not going to solve this today. Jeff, fun on the show?
I always have fun with you
All right.
guys.
That's a good one. All right. I'm calling it here. I'm calling it here. Decent day. 644. I keep going red, green, red, green, red, green. There's only one stock I'm interested. Well, two really. CRWV and maybe GPUS. I don't know, but everything else is just dead right now. So calling it here. Decent Monday. Little base hit. We'll take it. The GPUS still seems like it's got plenty of volume. Anyway, we'll be back out tomorrow. I might do another sleep-in day. It seems like I missed a pretty big juicer, but it looks like there was only one juicer, so maybe I sleep in. I'm trying not to get crazy this week. Hims downtick. What's that about? What's going on here? What just happened? Hang on. Is there news? 928 SJ made millions. What are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about. No idea what you're talking about. As usual, I mean nothing. So some 928 login days. I have no idea what y'all are talking about. All right. Guess it's a little just technical pullback. I don't know. This looks like news, but nobody's saying it, so. 928 MA millions. I have no idea what you're talking about. I literally was taking a 5-minute break at 9:28 a.m. Oh, jeez. Anyway, we're out of here. See you guys tomorrow. Peace out. I'm going to go freeze my butt off and get some red light therapy at the same time. Peace out.